Okay, hey everyone. She already started, so we just gotta go with it. We need to keep up what's going on. The problem is the camera only came on after the game had already started. So we're gonna have to do our magic a little bit. But it's not gonna be as bad as yesterday, I hope. Here's a guy. He's not a kid completely. Uh but he's kid adjacent. This is today's opponent. His name is Jason. Um, and in my opinion, he's not that scary. So it's going to be interesting to see. How are we liking this framing? Is this acceptable? I'm not sure I can do much better than this. Oh my gosh. I don't know how to use an iPad. I set you guys up for chat on an iPad. I felt pretty clever, but I guess it wasn't that impressive. Okay, we got the video feed running. What kind of opening do we have today? Not really clear. It takes a couple of minutes for the games to get on the web page. So in the meantime, I'm gonna see what you guys have to say. Maybe a little more hammer. Is hammer not in frame? Nah, this is fine. Okay, so I guess we look for the game. Round 7, we want round 8. Moves are coming in. We gotta scroll. They're not prioritizing Andrea's game to fix it on the live boards first. Oh, never mind. Here it is. It's the same opening as yesterday. What the heck? She's gonna win. She's gonna win. She's not gonna play knight d4, and she's gonna win. Oh my gosh. I'm legitimately learning how to win with the London system. Just watching Andrea play. This is unexpected. Unexpected. Wow. It's the very same opening we had yesterday when I was doing commentary. Oh my gosh. Look at that. Wow. Okay, so Andrea has played the London system, getting her bishop out early. Uh, it's a plague. There's nothing more to say about it. The whole wide internet is playing it. If you want to learn a black opening, your first black opening, I mean, learning something against the London would probably be a good idea. But apparently, okay, so I mean, she's just developing her pieces. It's good, solid play. And then this guy plays bishop f5, which is not that common of a move, but it's the same move that the German guy played yesterday. And Andrea showcased how to get an advantage against this move. She took the pawn on c5, and then she goes knight d4. Wow. And now she's going to get the bishop pair on the next move. But this time she's going to develop her pieces. I really hope we discussed enough what it is she should be doing. But yeah, we'll see. He watched the game from yesterday and tries to copy it. Well, I think he's going to be in for a bit of a surprise then. I don't think he's going to like what happens. The first time Andrea has more rating than her opponent? No, that's not true. She played a lower rated opponent in the first round as well. Julia. Why hasn't Jason resigned yet? I don't know. Andrea's getting the bishop pair. As long as Andrea castles, were pretty good. I feel like she's gonna repeat. Okay, so the game from yesterday when bishop takes pawn, knight takes bishop, pawn takes bishop, and now here she should be developing her bishop, but she went knight b3, and like knight b3 is not a very bad move, but it's not optimal, and I didn't really tell her not to go knight b3. But I did tell her to develop her pieces. I feel like maybe she's going to repeat the knight b3 move. I legitimately told Andrea, like one of the first days, Andrea wanted to analyze her game. And I was like, no, do not waste your energy analyzing your game during the tournament. Analyzing is for after the tournament. But the thing is, if she had analyzed her game, now that she has the same opening twice in a row, that would have been useful. What happened to the second game yesterday? She lost, unfortunately. Okay, so the position has continued. Bishop takes pawn has been played. Bishop takes pawn. Knight takes bishop. Pawn takes. And now we would really like to see her playing something like bishop d3 and castles. This would be optimal. I bet she plays knight b3. Yeah, Mr. Saban. I suspect she might. But it's a good thing she's thinking. Because we discussed this this morning, an hour ago, that it was important for her to slow down once she's out of prep. And here she's out of prep. Even though she had this position yesterday, she's still out of prep because it's not like she studied it further. Seriously, have a timer this time? And you're allowed to say timer and time. I mean, I am such a generous dictator of the stream today. Okay, this is the second to last round. If Andrea can win this game, that would be pretty good. And she's taking her sweet time here in the opening because we decided that once you're out of prep, you need to take some time just to figure it out. Maybe right now she's thinking, opening principles. I did use my pawns in the center. What's next? Maybe develop some pieces and get the king to safety. If that's her thinking, we're going to get a good result today. Wait, this looks just like yesterday's position. Singularity. You're onto something. Singularity, doesn't that mean like everything is the same in the end or something? It's very apropos. Okay, she played knight b3. It's not a great move. She's moving the same piece for a second time. But it's okay. We'll live with it. Knight d4, let's go. Ban that man. No more knight d4s today. Oh, nightmares. Yeah, no, it's legitimately the very same position she had yesterday. And yesterday I was thrilled. Really, really thrilled about her opening. Let's see if we have the same enthusiasm today. She's not gonna play d4. Yes, this is true. She's not gonna play d4. Did you help prep London openings? No, Jim. Her London openings are all her own. I don't touch that stuff. It's in my contract. Hammer cannot be forced to look at the London. Do you think Andrea has better potential in chess than Alexandra? No, not particularly. But, you know, she has a couple of years to catch up, but she's going to have to work for it. London very bland for chess and cuisine. Well, the London cuisine is there's a lot of like Indian, no? It's the opposite of bland. I will give you that baggers and mash, not the greatest culinary experience, but the, London has the advantage of being a very worldly city with lots of influences. British cuisine is so bad they sent their navy around the world to find something decent to eat. I'm sure that was part of it. What about a4 if bishop b6? Oh my gosh. What is it with you people and not wanting to castle? If the guy goes bishop b6, she's going bishop d3. Like, no. She's going bishop d3. And anyone who says otherwise will be banned. She's going to develop her pieces and get her king castle. Fool me once. Shame on you. Fool me twice. Yeah, so this is the reason she shouldn't play knight b3. Because now he's offering the trade of bishops. And you don't really want to lose your bishop pair. So this is why knight b3 is not such a good move. Because kind of you're spending an unnecessary move with the knight. And you're allowing the opponent to offer a trade that's beneficial for them. The previous guy, who was rated like 2100, he couldn't find the bishop d6 move. But unfortunately, the kid Jason has done it. And now Andrea cannot play her the way we want her to play. Now it's gonna be a new situation. And, you know, she's going to delay castling yet again. Oh, it's not great. But it should be okay. Like, takes, bishop out, attacking pawn. I need to turn off these lines. It's messing with my head. Yeah, no, I mean... I don't like losing the bishop pair. I don't really like this bishop here. This bishop is being kind of controlled by the black pawns that have just amazing control of the light squares. All of these light squares. It's just... the bishop is really unable to contribute in a good way. So, yeah. She needs to go bishop g5. But then moving the bishop a second time after she just moved the knight for a second time, it's suboptimal. Couldn't she go queen f3 to protect the bishop and castle queenside? Yeah. That seems okay, actually. I approve. Queen f3, castle queenside. It's frisky. But, you know, that's... frisky is something she does. Why is it bad to move the same piece multiple times in a row? It's bad because it means that you're not getting all your pieces into play. So, by definition, if you're moving the same piece over and over, it means that you're not getting out the rest of the army. So, at the beginning, you have like 5-6 pieces you want to get into play. Yeah. So if you keep moving the same piece over and over, at least one or two, or in this case 3 of your pieces are not doing their job. Is it best to castle early rather than later in the game? Yes. And especially in this position here, because black has, when they recaptured white's knight, they opened up the e-file. So this is now what's called what's it called? Semi-open file. So black can potentially have a rook pointing down here towards the white king, and if the king remains in the middle of the board, that's a recipe for disaster. So we're kind of hoping that she gets her king to safety earlier this time. But right now I'm concerned that, like, even if she does capture and develop and castle, maybe even here she might end up in trouble anyway. Because knight g4, the knight and queen works together to threaten checkmate. If you block that checkmate with your pawn, then black can push very aggressively on the side of the board, and this looks super scary for white. And it turns out moving your king to the side of the board didn't really help safety that much. Because, like, now, yeah, stuff is happening here. It's going to capture here, open here, queen getting in. Yeah. Engine, after thinking for a while, I don't know if you guys noticed, but, like, at the beginning here, Engine was like, oh yeah, c4, that's an okay move for white. And then after thinking for a bit, Engine is like, no, this is not okay. Bishop g5 played. Sweet! Wow, she moved her bishop a second time, even though we've been telling her to stop moving the same pieces over and over. But the good news is that this time, preserving the bishop pair was absolutely the right decision. The big question now is, after castles, then what? Castles? Well, I guess bishop d3. Yeah, and you're attacking here. Okay, apparently computer says this is much better for black. Yeah, this line feels... this whole line she's playing feels very good for white. It's just that every time she plays it, sometimes she lands herself in trouble with the king. And, like, right now, instead of this knight move on the side, she should have just been developing her bishop. and like white is just better. But she moved the knight for a second time. And then when her bishop got attacked, she felt, oh, I have to move my bishop for a second time as well. And like both of these moves are okay, but there's a pattern of the king never getting itself to safety. Does the guy know she played this yesterday, or is it a coincidence? I think it's a coincidence. I think if you prepare this ahead of time, you would know that this line is just good for white. So I think he just randomly played the same line as the other guy and didn't know that Andrea had a recipe against it. That being said, the recipe is not without its dangers. I don't want to say flaws, because white's position should be pretty good here. But there is some danger to be aware of. I would really like to see her play c3 at some point. Like castles, c3 maybe. And if the guy goes after the bishop, we gotta trade. But then we can trade and go like g3. And like, look at how I'm placing all of these pawns on the dark squares. And that's a really good strategy because it limits the options for the black bishop. The black bishop is just facing the white pawn wall of death. Pairings are announced 10 minutes before the game starts, so it would be difficult for him to have prepared against Andrea specifically. Yeah, that's another point. But actually, the round today was announced like 25 or 30 minutes before. So I guess technically he could have seen. But I don't know. If you turn on the engine just says this is good for white. I don't see why he would want to repeat into that. Hammer streams once in a blue moon. I don't make the titles, Micro. Please address your complaints to Viola. Blue moons are like every 6 months. I guess I've been outed as a liar then. Does she find g3 here? Nah, I'm not sure. Okay, let's see. We have a move on the board. Castles has been played. I would like to see c3. c3 feels like a good move. I want to make sure that black is unable to do any pawn breaks in the center. And I realize that means I have to keep my king here longer than I would like. But look at this for an option. Bishop d3. Very logical move. Something we have been asking Andrea to do, preferably. But then h6 attacks the bishop. There's a trade. The queen attacks the pawn on b2, which is why I want this c3 move. But now I don't have time for the g3 move as well. So black plays f4. And we take and check and, well, sag. Bad news. The king did not get to safety. So this is the big concern. This is the big concern. That we never get our king out of the center. It's a very real possibility currently that the white king gets stuck. Bishop e2 reasonable instead of bishop d3. Yes, bishop e2 is better because it does a good job of blocking, or a better job of blocking that potential pressure down towards the king. But my favorite is to try and prevent this f4 pawn break by either doing g3 here or c3. Both, it's the same idea, both. The idea is that now there's no threat to the b2 pawn because I played c3. And then I have time to play this g3 move. And also, now I managed to get my bishop pointing against the d5 pawn. This would be optimal. This would be like a big, big advantage for white. Because the pawn on d5 is such a long-term weakness. It would be fairly easy to capture this pawn in the long run. Is her opponent a kid? Opponent is literally on camera. He's kid adjacent. I'm not sure I would accept Andrea calling him a kid, but I would definitely accept me calling him a kid. Do with that information what you will, but wouldn't this weaken f3 and h3 for castling? No. f3 and h3, we got that under control. We got our light squared bishop. This bishop will control. A square is not weakened just because you don't have a pawn protecting it. You have to look at how the pawns are working together with the bishop. Okay, she made a mistake. She played bishop d3. Now she might never get to castle. Unless. Okay, how about this? h6, attacking the bishop. What if she backs up? g5, bishop back, f4, capture. Rook comes in, gives a check. King has to move. It's not optimal. King has to move. But on the other hand, this bishop is not getting trapped. So like something like this feels good for white. Yet again, Andrea is not castling with the white pieces. But it might be okay still. It might be okay still. Why not take with a pawn? Because if the pawn takes, then the bishop returns, putting that pressure against the knight and queen. Feels uncomfortable for black. Rook e8 has been played. Okay. Rook e8. How is he playing this move without thinking? I mean, it's... Yeah, I don't know. This is... I mean, it might be a decent move for black. It might be a huge trap. But to play it without thinking properly before, that seems a bit rash, if you ask me. Okay, so if pawn takes, bishop takes pawn, I'm guessing d4. This is like, this is genuinely super scary for Andrea. Because now if knight takes pawn, then there's some kind of I'm not sure about the timing, but probably just knight takes, queen takes, and then queen a5 check, and black is winning. But I mean, I think rook e8 could probably be a good move, but like playing it without even thinking, he's a madman. I'm really hoping Andrea takes a big long think right now. Don't just take that pawn because you like pawns. Think about what's about to happen. Pawn takes pawn. No, bishop takes pawn. Pawn pushes up. We get to castle. Honestly, I'm just happy we get to castle. I'm thrilled. And then probably h6. Bishop back. Takes. 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 And we have the bishop pair. And we got some pressure with the rook and bishop working together. I can't really tell what's going on. Oh, actually, bishop takes knight. Yeah, that's cute. Queen takes, then check, opening up against the king, opening up against the queen. Yeah, no, she's doing good. She's doing good. The opponent kind of just freaked me out by playing so quickly. And I'm really scared that Andrea is going to be swayed by the opponent's pace to play faster than she would normally. But just take your time. Don't just take the pawn. Figure out what the opponent's intention is. And if you deem the pawn take worthy, which, you know, most pawns, if they can be captured, you probably want to capture them. But you got to calculate first. What's the chronometer situation? GB, actually, we've loosened up the rules a little. But I appreciate you bringing the old school vocabulary into play instead of doing the misspellings that others did yesterday. I mean, I still wanted her to take the pawn. Like, I wanted her to think about it, but I also wanted her to take it. What is she scared of? Maybe rook e5? It's an extra pawn. An extra pawn is rather valuable. I don't really want to give up the bishop pair, but probably don't have a choice. Something like this. And we can just capture that one. Yeah, it feels as though she could have taken that pawn. But I guess she's so scared. She's so scared of the hammer coming in after the game. Having some queries as to why she didn't castle her king. And I think she just decided, let's castle. At least At least I'm not going to be criticized for that. Okay, so she castled. There was a free pawn. But we're hoping that pawn will be available for the taking in the future as well. I find that unlikely though. Black in this position, maybe pawn up here, attacking the bishop. Bishop retreats, and then pawn here, protecting the pawn. Something like this I'm expecting. And then Andrea needs to figure out where to put her queen. The white queen lacks a good place to sit. Because if you go here, then you're it's awkward because of the rook. If you go here, it's awkward because maybe the knight can come up in some situations. If you try to go to c2, then this is awkward with the rook pointing down. So yeah, she needs to figure out where her queen is gonna fit. But overall, it's a good position, and the opponent is playing poorly. This opponent, we are not afraid of kids who just give away their pawns. Well, Andrea seems to be kind of afraid of him, seeing as how she didn't take the free pawn. But we, the rational people of the stream, we do not fear him. There are rational people here. I mean, you're looking at him, Vanilla. Uh, do we have mods? Just, just checking. Ah, Mr. Poop Towel. We have at least one. Ah, okay. Well, I'll call on you if I need you. Hammer's mobilizing the mods. Be careful, chat. I mean, I just want to know I have the option. I just want to make sure my powers remain intact in case I need to make a threat. I don't want to make empty threats, I want people to know that when I say something, I can follow through. Hammer mobilizing the mods is like a general mobilizing his army. I mean, my army is usually on the chessboard, but I made an exception this weekend. I think c3 would be bad now because of bishop takes h2. This is a good comment to look at. Well, actually, c3 doesn't really change the position. The same, if you feel like this bishop takes h2 move is a good one, you might as well say that black should do it right now. So if black were to capture this pawn and try to move the knight to give a check and attack the bishop. This would be incredibly effective if the king had to step back and queen gets to capture the bishop. This would be a pawn up for black with an attack. However, Andrea had calculated a save that when she captures the bishop and the knight comes up, she's willing to sacrifice her queen because she knows that she can capture the black queen afterwards. And in this whole trade, when you count at the end of it, white is up a bishop for a pawn, which is, well, it's a winning advantage. Wow, Norway has beaten Sweden in soccer 2 games in a row. Wow, the whole world is going under. I've basically never seen the Norwegian soccer team win as many games as they have this week. It feels like a bad omen of some sorts. Okay, so g6 was played. He protected the pawn. I mean, maybe he didn't see that the pawn was under attack on the previous move. What do I know? It seems kind of strange to give away the pawn first and then protect it afterwards. But he had a change of heart. You're allowed to do that. But that also means that Andrea can no longer, well, win the game very easily. However, she still has this move, which I am a big fan of. Pawn to g3 would show very good positional understanding, because it would prevent this bishop from being the best that it can be. And it also prevents like black from pushing this pawn forward to get rid of the doubled pawns in some situations. And, well, if I'm honest with you, one of the plans moving forward would probably be to reroute the bishop to stand in front of the king. Now, this could have been accomplished by not putting the bishop on the d3 square to begin with, which, you know, we did talk about. But on the other hand, we were just happy she was developing her pieces. So, there's that. She's doing good, Miriam. Andrea played the same opening she had yesterday, and it was, well, it's a bigger success than yesterday because this time she didn't make a huge blunder on the 10th move. Your c3 is still good? Yeah. No, in general, just putting the pawns on dark squares is a pretty good idea here. But, you know, if we know Andrea, and I like to think we do, knight d4 is probably being considered. We'll see. We'll see. It's not as bad now as it was yesterday. It's not good, but it's not as bad. Where can I see the results of this tournament? Google Las Vegas chess results. Botez. I went to journalism school. That's why I'm so good at Googling. Please feel free to ask any Googling question you may have. Oh my gosh, there's a Swede in the chat. Nobody really cares about the Nations League. That is the comment of a person whose country just lost in the Nations League. Feels bad. It's okay, man. Let's move on. Let's try and cheer on Andrea instead. It's okay. It's gonna be okay. I'm not Swedish, but I'm sitting on IKEA furniture at the moment. I mean, who isn't? That doesn't mean I need to be Swede friendly. I am Swede friendly. I made this one Swede enormously rich. Did Alexandra go to work today as well? I think she's playing a poker tournament today. I feel like information from the officials at BotezLive has been scarce. But, if it's today, Viola, maybe you can kind of, I don't know, advertise it? Hammer, I bet you're good at poker too. I'm pretty bad. But I want to be good. Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. You can't want your desires into existence. You have to work for it. I that's the part that gets me tripped up. I know more poker terminology than Alexandra. But I think her nerves and stuff is just way better in like a play situation. Magnus taught Hammer everything he knows about poker. I mean, it's not that far away from the truth. But there was this point in like year 2008. Everyone was watching this high stakes poker show. So I've watched a lot of, Gus Hansen, Daniel Negreanu, Phil Ivey, Eli Elesra, Patrick Antonius, Esfandiari, Phil Locke. Actually, the one of the hosts of the Norwegian chess broadcast, he was like a top poker superstar or something. And he was mentored by Phil Hellmuth and Antonia Esfandiari. And that's just, it blows my mind. Having these connections to people who were like people I looked up to as a kid. Did he teach him to flip out after every bad beat? I'm not sure he got that lesson, but he probably learned a lot. You were a kid? I was 18, Dirk. I mean, I don't want Andrea to know that I think she's a kid, but yeah, 18 is very kid like. Hey, Slobo, how are you doing? Yeah, Kevin, I think it's going to be great for Andrea that she got such tough opposition. And she held her own in those games as well. I think it's going to be excellent for future tournaments. She just needs to have a good feeling coming out of this one. So I don't know about this game. I guess winning would be nice, but the most important thing, in my opinion, would be winning the last round later today. Like finishing the tournament with a win, it's such a big boost to your motivation and your mood. And then you leave the tournament with positive feelings, and then you're more encouraged and want to play another tournament. Hey, Amanda. Is pawn f4 a good move here? No. Pawn f4 loses the connection to the pawn on e3. You lose a very important pawn. You actually, arguably, you lose the most important pawn. Well, I guess maybe these pawns are more important because they're in front of the king. But like pawns in the center, it's pretty key. Happy Duck, I don't believe in you. Sorry, man. $800 ELO at age 25. I'm not sure you're going to be a grandmaster, man. Are you as grumpy today as yesterday? You be the judge. I think not, but... Okay, she's taking a lot of time right now. And here's my problem with that. I wanted her to take a lot of time hereabouts on the previous move. Like, how many minutes did she spend on not capturing the pawn? I guess it's fine. She needs to formulate a plan. We actually talked about this earlier, that she has a problem deciding what to do with the queen. And she's got to be very careful. There are some tricks in the position. If she moves her queen one step forward, she's going to lose the game. Bishop takes pawn. King takes bishop. Knight, check. No more queen sacrifice. And so you just lose the bishop. So this is another reason that I really like the move g3. Because then you're free to move your queen wherever you'd like. And it's a pretty decent move anyway, kind of making sure that black's bishop is a pretty poor piece. It's just sitting there, pointing at well-defended pawns, not doing really anything useful. Who do you think will win the candidates? Mr. Fabiano Caruana. 5 minutes on the castling. Yeah, I think that's a bit too short, Jay. She had the opportunity to win a pawn. I feel like she should spend more than 5 minutes. And now she's spending, 10 minutes, 15 minutes on formulating a plan after she castled? I guess spending 10, 15 minutes formulating a plan is fine. It's just that if you're willing to spend that time, you should have been willing to spend that time on capturing a pawn as well. Because then, if you get away with it, you'll probably win the game. Fabiano is overrated. Did someone really just say that? Hammer, do you have a favorite bear? No. never had one in my life. No, they said he was overeated, not overrated. Okay. Who's Fabiano? Fabiano is the number 2 player in the world. Maybe not at the moment, but he will be. Is Magnus going to defend against Karana? No, I wouldn't think so. Hammer, when will you challenge Magnus for the title? I'm not sure which title that would be. The Norwegian Chess Olympiad team in Crazy Eights? I did beat him once. True story. On a train ride from Zermatt to one of the airports. I forget which. I beat him in Crazy Eights. I have beaten Magnus in 3 things. Chess, beach volleyball, and Crazy Eights. The guy is seriously talented. Everything else he beats me in. It's very annoying. Ping pong? No, I get crushed in ping pong. Well, not crushed, but he's better. You want Hikaru to win the candidates just for the memes? I mean, if Hikaru wins the candidates, that is one of the sickest performances I've ever seen. Going all out on streaming and then suddenly coming back and winning the whole thing he's been trying to win for 15 years previously. That would be pretty sick. What about rock, paper, scissors? I don't think we've tested that enough, Master. What move would you make as white in this position? We talked about it a couple of times, but G3. G3 is the move I would want. I want to block Black's bishop. The bishops, what they hate more than anything is a pawn protected by another pawn. Well, in this case, it's protected by 2 pawns. It's completely ruining any hopes that bishop has of doing something useful. How is Nemo doing? I don't think Nemo is playing this round. I think she's preparing for the poker tournament with Alexandra, which Vila still hasn't really advertised enough for me to realize what's happening. But I guess everyone in chat already knows, and I'm the only one who doesn't know. I feel kind of left out. This looks very similar to her position yesterday when she played knight d4. That is an astute observation, Presto, because it's in fact the same identical 9 first moves. She managed to get the same good opening again. I mean, Andrea's openings in this tournament has just been fire. She's getting good positions every single time. And she still wants to work more on openings. Like, Andrea, your openings are great. You're getting a good position every single time. Maybe that's not where the road to improvement lies. Moment of Lovely, thank you for the 5 months. Unfortunately, I had to turn off the alerts. I do apologize, but I think you will understand why when I turn them on. Oh, yeah. So Stream Elements has this weird text informing people that they will have an update in 4 days. Yeah, that's people don't really want to have that on their stream. You would think they understand as much since, stream is in their name. But yeah, I didn't know how to fix it, so I just turned it off. Andrea castled? Yeah, Jarver. We didn't really like it when she did castle, to be honest. For once. She castled on move 12, which is already quite late. But seeing as how she was late to castle anyway, we thought she could maybe have taken this pawn instead. And then castle. Be up a pawn. Okay, now she's spending too much time on one move. She's trying to figure out a plan, and she's struggling. G3 would be very good. But at the same time, I don't see what she's going to do if she doesn't find this G3 plan. Honestly, maybe like C3 followed by knight D4 could be okay. But I don't know if she's going to dare playing knight D4 after yesterday. It's kind of tricky when like there's only one good plan. Because that means if she doesn't find that one good plan, things could go south very quickly. Wouldn't c4 put the bishop in a better square? Yeah. No, c4 makes some sense. Because you're opening up for the bishop pair. But the thing about c4 is that this pawn on d5, that's an isolated pawn. It doesn't have any pawns that can be put in a position to defend it. So this pawn is very reliant on the knight and on the queen to defend it. And we don't want to trade it off. We don't want to give black the opportunity to get rid of this pawn. So that's why we don't want to go c4. We want to go a bit more carefully and try in time to just get all our pieces to attack this pawn. So like g3, c3, and then reroute the bishop to point here. Like this would be a winning position for white. Take the knight on f6. Yeah, taking the knight is okay, but why? There's no need to do it right now. Like you might as well wait until black plays another 2 moves to provoke your bishop. For now, this bishop is preventing the black queen from moving. It doesn't make sense making the trade early, allowing the black queen to enter the game. Okay, what did we decide for her maximum thinking time on one move? She needs to play now. Also, I guess you guys can't see it on the cropping I did, but Andrea, oh no, you can see it. Andrea has brought an orange and a banana to her game. And there are no almonds. Maybe this is the source of the trouble. I don't know. I'm just speculating. but it definitely could be part of the problem. You think 25 minutes now? Really? She needs to make a decision. Like, this is very, very bad. She can't be spending this much time. I feel like maybe she regrets not capturing the pawn earlier. Turbo, thank you for the sub. No protein house? I don't even know what that is, but she was talking about it yesterday. I got the distinct feeling that Alexandra did not really approve. What was her result in the second game yesterday? She lost, Nix, unfortunately. It's a salad place. Well, that doesn't seem all that bad. Does she have her phone on her, or do organizers take it away? Well, normally you're not allowed to bring your phone into the venue, but Andrea has been given an exception to videotape her game. So her phone is the video feed we have from Vegas. Best food in tournaments. There was this vegetarian restaurant in Moscow that was fantastic. Did she play C3? I have no idea what she played. I can't really tell. At least she made a move. I'm just happy she made a move. Okay, rook C1. She's preparing to go C4. Which, as we discussed, is not really a good move. Because then you trade off black's isolated pawn. But at the same time, then you open up for your bishops. So it's not the worst move either. At this point, the key was just to make a move, I feel. Are you vegetarian? No. But I really like that one. Do people get watched when they go to the bathroom? No. There's a certain amount of trust at chess tournaments. There's not that many who wants to cheat. How many hours of sleep is Hammer running on? I think I got 7.5. She's going to be down in like 30 minutes. Yeah, it's not optimal. But at least she just made a decision. So she was struggling to find a plan she was happy with. And like the best plan was just to move the pawns to the dark squares. But unless you make that realization, it's the kind of thing you just gotta, oh, I better put my pawns on the dark squares. And when you don't realize that, white's plans were actually rather difficult to find. 27 minutes for the move. That is rough. Hey, Scott, thank you for the 6 months. Hammer, what's your job? I'm a professional chess commentator for television in Norway. That's what the time is for, thinking? Yeah, sure. But at some point, I mean, like, Thinking for 15 minutes can be okay. Thinking for 30 minutes just means that you can't decide on a move and that you're insecure and yeah. Are you grumpy on TV sometimes too? Yes. It's a move. When will you play over the board again? I'm playing the Norwegian Championship this summer. I'm also playing the Chess Olympiad. Although I kind of regret that. But what are you going to do? Do you commentate for Norway chess? Yes. So I was. That's why I couldn't do commentary on the first couple of rounds Andrea played, because I was busy in Stavanger doing commentary on Magnus Carlsen winning the Norway chess tournament for a fourth time in a row, but just barely. Okay, at the same time, I'm not sure what Black's plan should be. Like, what is Black doing here? He could go knight b4, but, like, just move the bishop, attack rook, then move pawn. Attack knight. White is doing good. Both players are kind of struggling with the fact that plans in this position is difficult to come by. I guess maybe knight e5, but then kind of the same thing, no? Bishop moves, attacks the rook. Doesn't feel all that good for Black. Both players are struggling with finding good ideas. Like King g7 would probably be what I think. And then h6. Or actually, maybe you can go h6 immediately. You can play this as a sacrifice, because if bishop takes, you can go bishop takes on h2. Tricky move. Captures, check, king back, knight takes bishop. And then Black continues with queen h5 and knight back to g4 afterwards. Looks kind of dangerous for White. White doesn't have a lot of pieces close to the king. What's Jason's USCF? I think it's like 1700. Hey, Nixia. Have you ever played against Magnus? Yes. Actually, last time I played Magnus in a tournament, I beat him. That's the last time I played Norway chess, the tournament. I'm not saying it's connected. I'm just saying I beat Magnus and I never got invited back. Do with that information what you will. Probably made a bad move for my career. When was it? 2015. Is this an open or closed position? I would say this is an open position. But that's kind of, in one way, that's difficult to understand, right? Because there's 7 pawns for each player. But I guess the reason I would say it's an open position is because I'm anticipating at least one pawn exchange in the near future. Andrea's previous move, rook to c1, is very clearly trying to go c4 afterwards. I would say 6 pawns for each player is normally open, and 7 pawns for each player is normally closed. So Andrea's bishop pair is not necessarily that big of an advantage. The bishop pair is good in open positions, which could be why she's trying to go c4. But as we also discussed, the pawn on d5, an isolated pawn, a pawn that's dependent on the knight and queen helping out to defend it, that's a big weakness for black. So I'm not thrilled about Andrea trying to trade off black's weakness. How is Andrea doing for the tournament? Overall, I think it's been a massive success. She's been playing some really tough opponents and playing level with them all the way. I'm sure when she starts playing tournaments in Europe instead, with the Europeans having, let's say, healthier rating numbers, she's going to make big leaps with her rating. What's the board in the background showing? It's the same board as Andrea's. So it's like a board showcasing for people who are standing further away so that they can see Andrea's board without standing in the way of the camera, for instance. Europeans overrated. Well, that is the common conception in the Botez household, as I understand it. How competitive is US chess with European chess? I mean, the US is just buying all the best European players. So I would say very competitive. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. They're not only buying European players, they're also buying Cuban and from, the Philippines and not just Europe. Cubans play good chess. This is true. The legacy of Jose Capablanca, one of the greatest chess players in the history of the world. Hammer, what's your prize? Honestly, I mean, I'm now paying money to represent my country in the Chess Olympiad. I remember once Hikaru was bashing Magnus or something for not representing his country and not, doing the big honor of blah, blah, blah. But, representing the US, I'm sure that's a great honor and whatnot for Hikaru. Although I did notice he chose not to play this year. But it's much easier doing that honor when you're getting paid to do so, rather than for the Norwegian team, which is just, paying some of their own expenses and not making a profit. Yeah. Shots fired. Yeah, I forgot I'm on a big channel. I mean, me saying this on my channel would be fine. But I forget the potential of the BotezLive channel. I should shut up. I mean, it's not controversial at all, but you guys have a tendency of creating trouble. Drama, don't worry, drama equals views. Sure. Drama, that's me. I'm the big drama frog. Everyone knows this. Hammer only after the views. Okay, so bishop e7 was played. I understand the guy. He thought it was unpleasant having that Andrea's bishop pointing in towards the black queen. But now Andrea gets a second chance. She gets an opportunity to change her mind. Andrea now should capture the knight. And why is that? Because I lied earlier. It is a closed position. I was wrong. There's 7 pawns for each player. This is a closed position. The bishop pair isn't all that valuable. And you're willing to give up your bishop unprovoked. Because then afterwards, you put all your pawns on the dark squares, which leaves this black bishop very unhappy. The only thing that can make black's bishop happy right now is making a trade with white's bishop. Then black is happy. But if the bishop has to remain on the board, that is not optimal. So, we need Andrea to voluntarily give up the bishop pair, unprovoked, while she knows I'm watching. Yeah, so that's not going to happen. But here's the thing. She's going to lose the bishop pair regardless. Like, if she follows up with c4, follows up her previous plan, and, I don't know, there's a trade, and the knight comes into the center, like, her bishop is being traded off anyway. So you might as well make the trade yourself. And make sure that instead of a knight on e4, like, look at this knight. Powerful knight in the middle of the board. Great piece. And then compare this guy to this guy. Bishop completely blocked by the white pawns. It can try to point down here. Not going to work. It can change its mind, point down here. Not going to work either. The bishop just has no good placement with all the white pawns on the dark squares. So this is what we're hoping for. But I find it unlikely to happen. What's the plan after that? You guys and your plans. Just one thing at a time. Getting your knight to a great square. Completely restricting the opponent's bishop. Take the little wins in life. You need to enjoy the small victories. Then you can start thinking about a plan. If you need to plan out the entire way you're going to win this game, that's not going to work. Just take one little victory at a time. Getting your husband to do the dishes. One little victory at a time. plans are overrated. That is not the takeaway. That is not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying, make your plans smaller in scope. Have one good plan that lasts 2 moves instead of having one or like one good plan, 2 moves, and then another good plan, 2 moves, another good plan, 2 moves, instead of having one plan, 7 moves, that gets ruined by something the opponent does on move 1. You gotta take baby steps in improving your position. Politely asking, no more ads for you. Just to be clear, the plan needs to be good. Yes, preferably. You know what they say? It's better to have a bad plan than no plan. Whoever said that was not a chess player. A bad plan is way worse. She's going to run out of time. Yeah, her time management has been bad. But she's struggling in the position because she's not understanding what the important kind of aspects are. And when you're not understanding the position, you spend a lot of time because then your instinct isn't kind of working together with you. She's stuck with c4. Okay. Well, at least it's consistent. It's consistent with moving her rook in. Now she's playing c4 to open up for the rook and open up for her bishops. It's an okay move. But it's not going to win the game easily. It's going to be a long struggle now for both players. But the opponent will just play d4? No. No. Actually, maybe. Huh. And White's bishop is pretty bad because all these black pawns are restricting its movement. Okay, but I mean, d4 is way too difficult a move for this guy to find. Okay, I'm gonna get some more fish soup. Please go support your favorite Norwegian retailer in this small break. What kind of fish? Cod. The best fish. Is that her actual rating? Yes, it's her FIDE rating. FIDE, World Chess Federation, or Fédération Internationale des Échecs. D'échecs. My French pronunciation is not at the level of my German. Salmon, goat, fish. You're just wrong, sir. But yes, please eat salmon because that's kind of Norway's biggest export. But white fish is better than red fish. I'm sorry to everyone who is mistaken on this topic. Okay, d4 was played. Wow. Okay, so not only did she not play like the way to get an advantage, now black in some weird fashion got an advantage instead. That's unfortunate. This d4 move, it just feels to me like this should not be good. I am very surprised that the computer is liking this d4 move. It just feels wrong. But what the d4 move does do is that it makes the white bishop bad. So the white bishop has been bad for some time, but it hasn't really been visible because it was at a decent location and, you know, nothing much was happening. What the thing about c4 is that it encourages something to happen. Now after d4, if a trade is made, not only is this bishop bad because it's being blocked in both directions, now it's also about to be attacked by the black pieces, which could be a problem. So it was fine having a bishop that was not all that great, but it's not fine having a bishop that's not all that great and in danger of being pressured. That being said, like pawn takes, knight takes, c5. This looks much better for white. I am dumbfounded that the engine feels black has a significant advantage here. Like, seriously. This must be better for white. White is opening up for the bishop to join the party. White has a pawn majority on the queen side, supported by the rook. Black has doubled pawns. Like, how is this better for black? Seriously. I don't see it. I don't see it. Isn't the 3 versus 2 pawns giving winning chances? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I feel like this should be okay for white. So I'm not as negative as the engine is. Because black controls the center. I guess that's fair. Andrea hasn't done a great job of controlling the center. But also, like, even a move like bishop e2, just moving the bishop away, opening an attack on the pawn. Something like this should be fine for white as well, right? The computer is really not liking Andrea's position. And I'm finding it very hard to understand how this is such a disaster. I guess in this position, part of the problem is the square d4. So like, there's potential of the black knight getting up to d4. Right now, it looks like I'm talking out of my ass. Because like, white has every piece controlling that d4 square. But imagine like, at some point in the future, there's a threat to the pawn moves, bishop comes up, makes a trade. Now, suddenly we're starting to realize that black has a lot of control on this d4 square. Could be a problem. Yeah, no, I think the main thing is just this bishop. Right now, the white light squared bishop is just awful. So I would really like to see her play c5, trying to get this bishop into the game. Either here, or first make a trade and then go here. I feel like this has to be the way to go. If Hammer doesn't see it, then Jason Shang probably doesn't see it either. Well, to be fair, I did say that I didn't think Jason would play this d4 move. But I was wrong about that. Anamaya, hey, how are you? How is this better for black? That's what I'm saying. But I think this is the key. This bishop is very, very bad. But like one move ago, Andrea could have just captured here. She probably would have been winning quite easily. Because like this plan of just... I'm not sure what black is going to do against the most obvious plan in the universe of the world. Like just getting everything pointed in towards this pawn would have been extremely effective. And now this... So, like, if the pawn had still been on c2, this wouldn't be a problem at all for white. Because then the bishop is defended and it has the opportunity to move to the side. So I guess right now this pawn is the main problem. Just blocking the bishop and not protecting. I don't know. This was weird. I don't think that d4 move was as obvious as everyone thought it was. But apparently you guys were right. That Jason, he's going for the win. Is c5 terrible now? No. I want c5. c5 is the move I'm cheering for. Either here or I kind of prefer to capture first. Because then I can try to, like, I don't know what black is going to do here, but if you do like rook here, then I can make the trade and attack this rook, put the queens up against each other. This just feels very good. Like the position is opening up. I got the bishops. I got the 3 versus 2 pawn majority. Life is good. Is c5 the best move? I mean, I think it's the best move. Computer does not think it's the best move. You decide who you want to trust. What move number are we on? You don't really want to know. Denied. If I tell you what move we're on, you're going to be very pessimistic. Let's just say the time situation is a problem. And let's just say Andrea has now spent 45 minutes on her last two moves, which has resulted in an advantage for black. So, yeah, Andrea just didn't grasp the main strategic features of the position, but she tried for very long to figure it out. So she spent a lot of time and then made the wrong decision, which is hurting her on the board and on the clock. And she needs to speed up. Because, yeah, she's going to run out of time. 45 minutes on two moves, yes. Well, including the time she spent thinking now on this third move. But, yeah, it's it's a problem. Grishchuk would be proud, yeah. She's calculating every single possibility, yeah. But when we're human, we can't do that. We gotta develop our intuition, and then we gotta trust our intuition. That's the key to becoming a good chess player. Is this winnable? Yes. If Andrea just gets her light squared bishop into a good position, she might regain the upper hand. I wonder if knowing thousands of people are watching puts more pressure on her. Honestly, it might, Muffin. Because she was saying the other day that while she was... No, actually it was yesterday. She was saying while she was thinking, she was imagining my comments to her moves. That's not the right focus. You should not be imagining what your coach is saying to your moves. You should be calculating and double checking and whatnot. But at the same time, it's a very human thing to do. Like when I'm playing chess tournaments, when I played like one of the biggest tournaments I ever played, I would quite often think about what I would say at the press conference. Which is awful. It's so bad. But, you know, it's kind of normal to be distracted. I asked Magnus if this was something he ever had, and he was like, yeah. So if Magnus does it, then... Not getting distracted is kind of difficult. Did she play c5? So the move I was hoping for here was c5. She has instead played rook e1. Which, if I gotta be honest with ya, makes a ton of sense. Like, this is the most sensible move in the history of the world. And the computer hates it. Okay, so I'm guessing there's one move that's really good for black now. And if he doesn't do that move, Andrea is going to be much better. That's my instinct here. I'm going to turn on the engine lines. Yeah, so computer is saying knight e6 is very powerful. And if you don't play this move, then white is fine. But yeah, the bishop on d3 is the problem. Because like attacking the bishop wouldn't be a big deal if the bishop could just move away. The problem is that the pawn comes attacking the bishop again. The bishop needs to retreat, and then the queen's protection of the bishop on d3 is interrupted. And so black can take that bishop. And like, even after knight e6, like she can just capture on f6, right? She can just make a trade here. Doesn't feel like the end of the world. But it turns out this pawn on b2 is impossible to protect. So you're just losing a pawn. Like, imagine if she could play her own pawn down to c3 now. Pawn to c3, advantage for white. Pawn on c4, advantage for black. And this is why we wanted to play c3 earlier. Because it's a great move to prevent the black bishop from ever doing anything. Okay, the guy made a mistake. Knight takes b3. Has been played. Now Andrea is going to take with a queen. And she's going to be a little bit better with a bishop pair. I feel redeemed. I said it didn't feel like that big of an issue. And, well, apparently it was a big issue, but it was like a big issue if you have computer accuracy. And Jason Zhang, I probably butchered that. He does not have computer accuracy. Fun fact, there are 3 registered players in the World Chess Federation whose name is Jason Zhang. So let's just say we couldn't prepare for this game because of too many Zhangs. Okay, Andrea has recaptured with her queen. Now, probably queen c7 next move from black. The pawn on b7 is attacked. It should be defended. Queen to c7 is the move to do it. And now that queen is pointing down towards the white king. And once again, it would be quite important for Andrea to play the move g3 to kind of stop the queen, but also stop the potential of this bishop in the future. Okay, we got an interesting position, an equal position. Let's see what happens. That indeed was a fun fact. I'm happy to contribute, Jews. Do you stream regularly yourself? No, I do not. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity to watch some Hammer content. Well, a lifetime is a bit of an overstatement. Once in a month, twice in a month seems to be the frequency we're using. Why g3 prematurely? Because if you go c5, which is the move I want to play, then knight g4 is a problem because it opens up the attack on the bishop on g5, but it also threatens checkmate with the queen coming in against the white king. So, yeah, there's dangerous stuff happening on this diagonal even before the bishop joins the queen in the pressure. So, yeah, that's why g3 is important immediately. Let's see if Andrea finds it. She's played 2 quick moves in a row now. That's very, very good because she's struggling on time. Okay. Knight was playing. No, queen d4, I think. Or knight e4. Knight e4 was played. Okay. It's time to start calculating, kids. Captures in the air. Wow, I can't make an arrow. Okay, so it's opened up between the bishops. But there's some stuff going on here as well. Bishop takes knight. Bishop takes bishop. There's a threat towards our bishop. And there's also a threat towards our rook. And if I take this pawn, bishop takes rook, bishop takes rook. This would be fine if like queen takes and then rook takes. We would be winning with an extra pawn, and we just rush to get a new queen. However, instead of taking the bishop, yeah, this is a problem. Checkmate. So we can't do that, which means we cannot take this knight. We're going to have to come up with something else. And like if we go bishop one step back, knight c5, threatening the queen, threatening the bishop also attacked by the black queen, and white loses the game. There's a lot of moves here in which white just loses the game. So what we need Andrea to realize is that number one, you probably need to make this trade. And number two, you probably want to get rid of this really shitty bishop. And this is the tricky move. You need to realize that making this trade and undoubling black's pawns is actually in white's favor. Because that bishop was so bad. It's being blocked by its own pawn to the left. It's being blocked by the black pawns to the right. This bishop is not having a good game. And making that realization and making the trade, allowing black to recapture, that's a very difficult decision. But if the decision is made, then white has the advantage. Because white has a hope of getting a new queen. So here, white has 3 pawns versus 2 on the side of the board opposite to the kings. And that means the kings cannot really contribute in trying to stop the advancement of those white pawns. And you could see a scenario where, I don't know, you use this for something. Like get your rook up into the middle. And then something. And then you start pushing. And then you go like a crazy man trying to get a new queen. Munster, the G3 move is no longer a concern. We wanted this G3 move when we were scared about things happening on this diagonal. That is no longer happening. Now we just want trades going into the end game. Okay, quick poll chat. Who has faith in Andrea's endgame? If Andrea's going to win this game, she's going to have to do it in the endgame. Wow. And you guys put copium when I'm talking. I'll hit you with that yourself. Turns out, at the end of the day, chat is even more optimistic for no reason than I am. Time will be the problem for her. Yeah. Time is going to be an issue. And also the fact that Andrea herself has said, I cannot play endgames. What are the odds of her playing the best moves, which is trading into an endgame, when she has specifically said, I cannot play endgames? How can you play chess if there's like this whole part of the game where you think, no, I just can't do that? We've been trying to work on her confidence. We've been trying to tell her that you cannot be talking yourself down. And that your endgame skills are not worse than those at a similar level to you. This is the ultimate test of that. If Andrea can stay in a positive mind frame right now, we can test whether or not her endgames are actually so bad that she's going to lose an equal one to Jason. Or maybe, if she keeps that good state of mind, maybe she can win. Only time will tell. Is this ranking that we can see changing between games? No. It's published once a month. So July 1st, 2022. That's when we get to see the results of Andrea's labor. Is Bishop E3 so bad? Well, my concern with this whole Bishop E3 move is that maybe she's not going to get rid of her light squared bishop. Like something like knight to C5. Because of the double attack on the queen and on the bishop, it forces white to make the trade. And then this black bishop becomes this incredible piece pointing down towards the white king. Whereas the white bishop is being blocked in every direction and is unable to offer protection to the king because the black bishop is attacking on the dark squares, whereas the white bishop can only defend the light squares. So this is super, super dangerous for white. But to be fair, the most dangerous thing of them all is her spending more time. So I'd rather see her play bishop e3 now than see her trade the bishops in 10 minutes. I would play bishop takes e7 in like 30 seconds. Yeah. Well, here's the problem. So I have this catchphrase that means she sometimes will struggle to find the best move. Yeah, I need to stop. I need to stop saying respect the bishops. Because there's always an exception. And I can't trust the Botezes to realize those exceptions. Hammer's fault. It's always Hammer's fault. She looks so frustrated. Well, I'm looking at the camera slightly tilted, but to me she looks very focused right now. How many exceptions are there? Too many to count, unfortunately. This kid is 1500? No, he's like 18 USCF. Buddha. They're displaying the FIDE ratings. What's wrong with both bishop trades and then queen takes b7 to win a pawn? Let's check. Uh-oh. So the thing is that once the bishops are traded, black also protects the pawn. Botez chat move, yeah. Emulating their heroes. I'm seriously getting bored right now. Andrea, you need to make a move. Oh gosh. She still needs to make, let's see, 23 moves till time control. Did anyone see Andrea have a coffee with her for today's game? Can someone get this girl a coffee? She's probably experiencing burnout. Yeah, she was so tired yesterday. She needs to stop playing these tournaments in the US and start coming to Spain or something. There's these tournaments in Spain. One of them they were supposed to go to, but they skipped. And Alexandra won some money, so, hindsight probably was a okay decision. But these tournaments in Spain, they have one game a day. The game starts at like 5 p.m. So you get to like have a proper day first. And then you play your game. You have a late dinner in the style of the Spanish. And then you don't get that same burnout. And you get to play against the fat European FIDE rated players. How is she not freaking out, wasting so much time? Well, to be fair, I don't think she thinks she's wasting time. She probably feels like she's thinking. But yeah, I'm concerned. Hammer has no faith? That's not true. I mean, I kind of like her position. It's just her indecisiveness is a bit of a problem. Okay, she played bishop h6. It's a decent enough move. What I like about this bishop h6 move is that it forces the opponent to go bishop c5 and attack the king, which means Andrea is going to give up her light squared bishop. She's forcing herself into a position where she needs to get rid of her main strategic weakness. So I don't know if she realized that she needs to get rid of this bishop at all costs, but now she's not going to have a choice. So this is great. And if the knight comes to attack both the queen and the bishop, turns out, if you capture, boom, checkmate. So that was a good move. She played a good move. She took forever doing it, but it was a good move. I'm just concerned she's not going to be able to continue playing good moves. If when she's at 5 minutes of thinking time. Okay, we lost the camera. Rip. I think the camera is coming back because they have an assistant in Vegas whose name I forget. But yeah, camera is coming back. In the meantime, I want to once again advertise / have someone explain to me what is happening later today. Later today, Alexandra will be playing a poker tournament, which I think is in Vegas. So I think she's coming. And maybe she's going to stop by and cheer on her sister. That seems like the sisterly thing to do. Oh, yeah, and Papa Botez is in Vegas as well. It's a full Botez invasion. Okay, so she's playing with XQC and Mr. Beast. Really? Again? Wow. BotezLive now is just making a career, making a living, beating people in poker. Seems like a clever plan. The poker thing is online. Oh, so she's not in Vegas. And the camera is back. Okay. Camera is back, people. Online tournament. Okay, the guy's still thinking. I'm going to take a little break to get some water. Everyone, stay hydrated. We're in for a thrill. Andrea is down 35 minutes on the clock. She's spending, over the last couple of moves, she's spending like 8 to 10 minutes on average. If she does that, 2 more moves, she's going to have a lost on time. So, yeah. Things are going to get speeded up. And that's when it gets interesting. So stay with us. I'm going to get some water and I'll see you around. Okay, we're back. On the coming in with the rate of 531. How are you guys? Not feeling bad about Norway crushing Sweden in soccer, I hope. Oh, I hope I didn't rip up any bad memories. That was absolutely not my intention. We're here, we're watching Andrea in Vegas and celebrating the Norwegian soccer team's return to glory. We're multitasking because we can do that. And Andrea is spending a lot of time. She's down to just 15 minutes, and she needs to make 22 moves in those 15 minutes. So, yeah, it's going to be exciting, is what I'm trying to say. Show the start of the game so they can follow with us? No. We live in the moment. The past is the past. We should only focus on what we can affect. Only focus on the future. Which is, if I was the coach of the Swedish national soccer team, is what I would be telling my players this evening. What move are we on? This is Black's move 18. The Swedish soccer team is actually good though. Point man, your information is sadly expired. I don't know. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but they just lost 3 matches in 7 days. They lost two matches in a row against Norway. Oh, times are good. Sonatan is still playing, yes, but he changed his name and he switched teams and he became younger because Sonatan he can morph like that. Now he goes by the name Erling Haaland, playing for Norway. What's the time increment? For every move they make, they get an additional 30 seconds. Wow, Jason. What are you doing, my friend? He has moved his bishop so that Andrea only has one good move. For God's sake, Andrea, please capture this bishop with some haste. She's nodding her head. I'm thinking that's a good sign. Do it. You literally can't think anymore, and your bishop is under attack. Your bishop has nowhere safe to go. Please make the trade. Okay, she's done it. The trade has been made. And the thing is, the pawn on b7. The pawn on b7 is about to be lost. Andrea is about to win a pawn. It's a mistake from Jason. Jason has recaptured with the queen. If the knight were to capture instead, Andrea would trade rooks and then capture the pawn. But no such option. Now the queen has taken. But it doesn't change the fact that queen takes b7 is a good move. Also good move, bishop takes e4. Very strong knight in the center of the board. Would be nice to get rid of. Just capture it. Also good move. And then capture this pawn. But whatever you do, please do it quickly. The time for thinking has passed. What happened to her 1900 rating? This rating is the World Chess Federation rating. Her 1900 is in the US Chess Federation. There was a prediction on Andrea trading off the bishop pair. That was free money. Like, she didn't really have a choice. I missed that. What's your rating, Coach Hammer? 2638 at the moment. Did she get the extra time already? No. So she will get the extra time on move 40. The only concern that move 40 is 21 moves ahead. So far, she spent 1 hour and 20 minutes on making 19 moves. 1 hour, 20 minutes. Now she needs to make the next 21 moves in 11 minutes. But currently, she's having the same pace she had for the first 19. So yeah, there's some concern. There's some concern. Okay, she's taken the knight. I like this move. White's bishop on d3. This bishop was awful. This bishop was not good at all. It was being blocked by its own pawn to the left, and it was being blocked by the black pawns to the right. Good riddance. Yeah, Benny, on the board behind her, they're relaying the games on old school kind of display boards. He's obviously taking with the pawn here. I'm not so sure. If he takes with a rook, and then queen takes pawn, rook comes, attacks down the e file, and according to the engine, in this position, white only has one saving move. If we get to this position, Andrea will probably lose the game. We are praying for Jason to recapture with a pawn. Because here, if the rook captures in the middle, the queen comes in and gives the back rank checkmate. But that's not all. If the rook moves away, the queen still comes in, captures the rook. The idea being that recapturing the queen will succumb to a back rank checkmate as well. Who thinks that Jason will take back with a pawn? Andrea sees all of that. I don't know. I wish. Yeah. I'm really hoping for Jason to recapture with a pawn, because if he does recapture with a rook, that is terrifying. I don't think Andrea will manage to defend, find that fact. I don't think Andrea will realize that Jason has this amazing queen sacrifice. I don't think she has enough time on the clock to make that realization. So I'm really, really, really hoping that Jason captures with the pawn. What is the move there? Queen b4? Yes. He's taken with the rook. Okay. New prediction. Who thinks Andrea is going to lose or get a losing position in the next 4 moves? Let's get a prediction going. Andrea's been doing puzzles, right? Cookie Monster? I'm pretty sure this is a Andrea quote. Hammer? I was supposed to study for the last 3 weeks, but I never found the time. And now it's only a week until the tournament. So keep that in mind as you're making your predictions. Andrea has not been doing her puzzles. The wording is wrong again? Yeah. Well, as the boss of the stream. Oh. She's captured. He's going to go rook e8. Like, even I didn't see this queen takes c1. I only saw it because the computer pointed it out to me. So the prediction is whether or not she's going to get a losing position in the next couple of moves as a result of the tactics Black now has. So how do you save it from here? Good question. After rook to e8, which has just been played on the board, the only move that can save Andrea right now, the only move, is queen to b4. Queen to b4 is the only move that saves white. Not hard to spot, someone says. I think it's very, very difficult. I got to make my prediction. I could have made a lot of money on this. Is the prediction still live? Darn. King f1 save also? No. King f1, queen to d2. Attacks the rook. If the rook trades, then the queen takes the other rook. If the rook tries to attack the queen, there's a puzzle rush. Check. 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 Checkmate. Literally puzzle rush. She found it! Oh my gosh, she found it! She has been doing her puzzles. Wow, she has been doing her puzzles. Maybe it was easy. I mean, to me, just this move feels logical. But then queen takes is just so devastating. Okay, queen b4. Good move. Good move. Queen f4 was played quite quickly. Okay, let's go. Andrea's playing pretty well. Non-believers in the mud right now. But I guess we still have to let it go for another 2 moves. Because it did specifically say in the next 4 moves. G3 now? Yeah, Engine is saying G3. But like if she does this, then she loses her extra pawn. But then she still has the advantage because she has 2 versus 1. And like this is a proper difficult endgame. We'll see. Okay, so queen b4, only move. She found it. Maybe it was obvious. Maybe I just don't know what I'm talking about. She played it Like, this was the quickest move she played all day. I wonder if she saw queen takes c1. I'm going to ask about that. Okay, so g3 is the recommended move. Like, if she goes, like, b3 here, then rook e2. Black gets a big attack. Very dangerous. And she can't capture the rook, because then checkmate. But she's up a pawn. So you gotta expect some suffering after having just nicked a pawn. How many more moves until the time control? 18 more moves. I mean, you guys can try to calculate the average per move, but it's not good. G3 has been played. Okay, Andrea has now played the engine's top choice 5 moves in a row. $20 seconds, yes. And she also gets 30 seconds per move. So on average, she needs to make a move every 50 seconds now. I don't know why, but the computer is saying queen f3 is just not an option for black. Computer is saying rook takes rook is the only move. That doesn't make sense to me. Queen f3 takes, and just push the pawn. Wow. Computer is saying this is winning for white. Well, maybe not winning, but very advantageous at the very least. Okay, he made the trade. Now Andrea gets 2 easy moves in a row. Rook takes. He's going to have to take. She's going to have to take. Andrea is in the endgame. Wow. Andrea has an endgame advantage. Trying to get a win in a queen endgame. And the guy trying to keep up with the board in the background is having a rough time of it. I can see him. You guys can't really. But he's struggling right now. She now has the engine top choice 7 moves in a row. Is this winnable? Yes. This is very winnable. Like A3. Just protect. You have 2 versus 1. Very winnable. %100% winnable and 100% losable. Welcome to chess. Well, especially when you're low on time, Chosen. Hammer, did you hustle us into doubting? I have no comment. I'm just here to create drama. You guys losing all your channel points is drama. I'm just doing my job. Okay, so there was a massive trade of rooks. We have an endgame. Andrea giving a check with her queen. The king only has one square to move to. He already made that move. And Andrea responded instantly. Andrea genuinely playing quickly at this stage. And she's playing the top engine move for 9 moves in a row. 9 moves in a row for Andrea. Wow. Who knew that all she needed to play good moves was being down to just 6 minutes on the clock? Suddenly, she's just trusting her instincts. Imagine if she did that all the time. King h6, queen trade W. Yes. King h6. Good point. What Andrea is trying to do, she wants to trade the queens. Because then her 2 versus 1 on the queen side will win the game. The computer doesn't realize, but this position is over. Computer thinks this is a draw. Computer is wrong. Wow. The computer is still wrong. Huh. Okay, computer just realized. Computer just realized something is up. Yeah, the more moves I enter, the more computer realizes, uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is a very nice situation to illustrate how the computers sometimes cannot match human knowledge. Like, humans can just look at this position and know that the 2 versus 1 is going to decide the game in white's favor. But initially here, computer says it's better for black. And then it says about equal. And it takes forever before it realizes it's just easy for white to win. Okay. So I guess we're cheering for king h6. I find that move unlikely to happen. I'm expecting the move f6. No, because then he also loses this pawn. No matter where the king goes, Andrea can capture the a pawn afterwards. The problem is that even though Andrea is now going to be able to capture this pawn, black will then be able to capture the b pawn. So it's still a draw. But it's unpleasant for black because Andrea can put her queen on this diagonal so that she's protecting her king from afar, and then she just rushes the pawn. This is a very effective strategy that could work. How should black hold that? So black should try and open up around the white king as quickly as possible. So something like this, just trying to keep the king uncomfortable. And like here, black wins because of checkmate. But like knowing how to open up around the white king is difficult. I would say Andrea's chances to win that is significant. Okay, queen e7 check. Check to the king. And attacking the pawn. Oh, he goes for the queen trade. He goes for the queen trade. Andrea has won the game. Andrea has won the game. Oh my god, he just went for the queen trade. Do you not teach endgames in America? Oh my. Andrea, if you do not capture that queen, I swear to God. She did some drills on this probably. Okay, she's captured the queen. She has 2 versus 1. Black has doubled pawns. They're completely worthless. In this position, white should just play... Well, anything is good, but like f4 is my instinct. f4 should just... Actually, maybe f4 is not good. Okay, it's still tricky. Still kind of tricky. Computer's saying king f1 is the only winning move. You just need to get your king into the middle immediately. That makes sense. f4 would be my first instinct. But the problem is then the black king gets to c4. This is kind of annoying. We want to prevent this. So the way we prevent is by going here. And then we take out all the options moving forward. King f1 is the move we want. Imagine Andrea saying she's bad at endgames. Oh my god. She has no idea. Her endgame knowledge is just fine. Look at what other people her rating is doing. The guy exchanged queens when he had doubled pawns in a pawn endgame. I tried to tell her. You heard me, chat. I know you heard me because there was a YouTube video on the Botez Clips channel. Please post the link to the Botez Clip channel. Like and subscribe. But on that channel, there's a video of me being a bit rude. I don't want to use the word rude. I was a bit direct. I think direct is a better word. About that, you know, I am somewhat better than her in endgames. But my point was, and I think I managed to convey this, that she's just as good at endgames as other people her level, and she just nailed it. She just nailed it. King to f1 is on the board. King to e2 is on the board. Andrea has played. I'm not even kidding. Andrea has just played 13 computer moves in a row. And now he's trying to get to the c4 square. And Andrea prevents him with a king to d3. She's played 14 top engine choices in a row. And she's about to win this pawn endgame. Oh, I'm so bad at endgames. Oh no, I'm so bad. I'm very happy right now. She's making me look good. That's what's happening. Okay, so I mean, at this point, she's doing good on time as well, right? What, she had like 6 minutes for 20 moves, and now she has 5 minutes for 8 moves? She's been playing so quickly that she's gaining time. I would draw this 10 out of 10 times. If anyone here in chat thinks they would not win this game with the white pieces, you need to go on chess.com right now and you need to find the drills feature. Endgame drills. There's like these there's these positions that are handpicked to learn different endgame concepts. And you play against the computer. And you play until you understand the strategy for how to win. Jason should resign as a gentleman. He can't resign. He went into this thinking it's a draw. But he didn't expect to be facing Andrea, the endgame master, Botez. I'm not going to lie to you people. Like 10 minutes ago, I was seriously concerned that she was just going to lose the game. And now she's winning. Can you show us how this turns into a win? Yeah. Okay, so basically, whatever he does, like g5, probably the best move. And then you go f4. And then you go b4. And basically, whatever black does, you just kind of wait him out. You just go back and forth until black doesn't have any more pawn moves. Then black has to go back and you follow. And then, well, I mean, I don't know how accurate we want to be, but like something like this. This is how you win. Okay, g5 was played. She should play f4 now. This is good technique. The point of f4 is mainly just to block the black f pawns so that they cannot move forward. And this kind of illustrates why the doubled pawns are worthless. Because they cannot step forward. Also winning, b4, a4, f3. Pretty much any sensible move here is still winning. Oh no, my iPad shut down because it's out of battery. Let's see if we can get chat up on the monitor. 3 minutes on the clock. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. The things she's thinking about right now will be useful also in the future. So she can take her time. But yeah, I definitely prefer f4. This is how I was taught. Wow. Wow. Look at her. Boom. Pawns blocked. Was f4 the only move? No. But it's the one I would have chosen. In my mind, it is the best move. Is she still on the computer move streak? I would say so. I mean, f4 is definitely as good as the top computer choice. So I think let's call it a part of the streak. So let's go back. So in this position, computer slightly preferred trade of bishops. But after that, after this bishop h6 move, bishop takes g5, top move. Oh, actually, computer for some reason wanted queen takes b7 here. I mean, I don't think it makes much of a difference. But let's pretend, actually, to be completely accurate. Let's say we only count from this moment on. I think bishop takes e4 was a good move, but it was technically not the top choice of the computer. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13, and that's after taking away 2 good moves on a technicality. Some of them were only moves. Yeah, that's a good point. Like, oh, you're saying that as if it was a bad thing? Well, sure, like the captures were obvious. But there were only also some moves that were the only winning move, which should like give you a bonus. I think the person who said only moves didn't really mean only moves. I think they meant recaptures. Because like having only moves as part of that sequence only makes it more impressive. Jason should have taken his time before swapping the queens. No, I don't think so. Because once you swap the queens, that's just an error in understanding. Like, however much time he used, if he doesn't realize that a 2 versus 1 is a winning position for white, he can't fix that by thinking longer. He needs to fix that by reading a book. Okay, a5 has been played. No. King. Okay, king. Ooh, that's a good move, actually. Yeah, that's a good move. Yeah, this is why f4 maybe was not optimal. Yeah. Okay, so Andrea's best move now is probably something like h4. Like h4, h6. h5. So she wants to force the black king back to d5 so that she can start pushing her pawns. It's very important for Andrea to start pushing the pawns before she moves over with her king. Because right now, if the king moves to the side, then the black king goes back and starts capturing on the king's side. This is not over yet. It's still difficult. So if Andrea now goes king c3, the guy will go king d5. And he will threaten to go here. And like this situation, I mean, Andrea could even lose. Because like the race is... Oh, actually... Yeah, okay. Well, it's just a draw then. Okay, apparently this is losing. Okay. Yeah, so, yeah, apparently this is losing. Wow, she found h4. What is going on? Okay. No, but it's still tricky. But finding h4 is a very good start. Training or luck? I mean, I did tell her to do the drills. Who was here for the drills stream? I showed her how she could play against the computer and how she should learn some of these winning lines. Yes, one time. Yeah, it was only one time, but I did tell her to do it again, right? So maybe she listened. Maybe she did do it again. Maybe she's just a natural. Who knows? Okay, so h6 was played. Now she should play h5. Which she does. Wait, the board is ahead of the camera? Did the camera freeze? Oh. Okay, h5, good move. And now for the final good move. In this position. Oh no, 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 no. Vila. I'm just going to keep it on in case, you know, it's recovered or something. Oh, that's very unfortunate. We're not going to see her execute the endgame to perfection. Okay, so this is the current position. After a5, I thought maybe a3 was the only move to win, but I was wrong. At this point, she can do anything. Because, like, she can kind of provoke the king into going forward. And then here she can go b4. She just needs to be ready to like go quickly with her pawn. Get a new queen while the king is invading on the other side. Okay, a5 on the board. King c3 is winning. b3 is winning. a3 is winning. She needs to make one of these three moves. If the pawn was not doubled, would it still be a loss? No. The doubled pawns is the only reason black is losing. Because black cannot create a passed pawn on the right side of the board. A pawn that has a free route to becoming a new queen. A3 is on the board. Oh. This is the girl who said she cannot play endgames. What the? This is the girl who said she cannot play endgames. What a liar. She's back. How many in a row is this? Are we at 16? 16 perfect moves in a row. That's how you win chess games, people. But it's fine. There's no stalemate tricks. Okay, king b5 on the board. I mean, she will realize, right? This would be sad. This would be very sad, people. She did play b3. No, she went king c3. Okay. Last sweat of the day. He's going to go king a4. King a4. Andrea needs to go b4. If king c3, it's stalemate. Draw. I think she has it under control. She's about to get more time as well. She's down to 1 minute, 25 seconds. But 3 more moves, and she gets an additional 30 minutes on the clock. Thank you for the gifted, CyberX. Unfortunately, we can't have alerts today, but I appreciate it. 3 moves to stalemate. Yeah. Let's hope she doesn't stalemate before she gets additional time. I'm confused, Hammer. Who's the better player, Andrea or Alexandra? Oh my gosh. Imagine Alexandra sees that message. You're getting perma-banned, dude. That's a risky message to post. And unbanned by Andrea. Well, she doesn't know. How does she prevent stalemate? If king a4, which has not been played yet, but if king a4, she should go b4. Her main objective right now is to create a passed pawn. A pawn that has a free way to become a new queen without being interrupted by the opponent's pawns. So king a4, b4, trade. Now this pawn is a passed pawn. That's all she needs. And then she will do this thing. And then at some point she should give up this one to go capture over here instead. Okay, he made the trade on f4. But now she's not going to do the stalemate trick. I mean, she's not stalemating you, dude, when you make it this obvious. Okay, stalemate concerns. Gone. The guy still plays king a4. That was not the way to do it if you wanted to trick her. Too young? Yeah. Not tricky enough. Too young to have learned all the tricks of the trade. b4. No, she played king c2. Okay, well, b4 was better. Oh, no, she did play b4. Never mind. b4 has been played. See, chat? This is how you win a game of chess. Just, play 20 engine moves in a row. I don't know why you think it's difficult. If Andrea can do it. Oh, he resigns! He resigns! Andrea takes the win. Let's do another count. Let's do another count. So we're actually disqualifying this move. Because the computer for some reason liked queen takes b7. So from this moment, this is move 20 in the position. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 perfect moves in a row. And she takes home the bacon. Let's go. Zid coming in with a 5 gifted. Thank you. Okay, camera up in the air. We're going to have a conversation with Andrea. And she's going to go, oh, that was such a bad game. Oh, I played so poorly. Oh, yeah, no, and I was so slow. I couldn't think. Oh, I didn't have my coffee. Oh, I just got lucky that he traded queens. Oh, no, I cannot play endgames. "19 perfect moves in a row. What was the accuracy? I don't know. You have to input it into chess.com, I think. Well, to be fair, this is on chess.com. I don't know how to figure it out. Oh, she did have her coffee. Papa Botez in the frame. Are you guys seeing this as well? Oh, no. Sorry. Who knows what Papa Botez said? Oh, scheiße. Okay. Carpet stream. Carpet stream. Carpet stream. Coffee stream. Playing hole stream. Still playing hole stream. She's moving kind of quickly. It seems like she's pretty enthused to be talking about her game. She's moving very quickly. I hear you. I am very proud of you right now. You played 19 perfect moves in a row. Yeah, I'm rotating cameras because it's weird. Okay. No. Oh, yeah, it's good now. It's good now. Yeah, but you played it perfectly. Yeah, and why didn't you believe? Andrea, I didn't turn on the sound. I didn't have chat on. I didn't turn on the sound. I'm such a bad streamer. I'm such a bad streamer.
Well, we're streaming now. They couldn't hear you the first time because my coach is bad with technology. Can you say hi, chat, again?
Hi, chat.
Have you ever been on Twitch?
Yes.
Yes.
I saw you before.
You saw me? Do you like our channel?
Yes, I saw you on chess.com.
On chess.com? Oh, on the embed. What do you want to be when you grow up? Professional chess player?
Well, a professional chess player and a YouTuber.
And a YouTuber. Wow, that's like almost what I do, except without the professional chess part.
Wait, well, I thought you were professional.
No, I'm just the amateur.
What's your rating?
My rating? Hopefully after this tournament I'll be 2,000, but I'm not sure. I'm 1930 right now. How about you?
I'm 200, but after this tournament and the one at San Francisco, I'm gonna be at like 1,300.
He's gonna be 1,350 after his last two tournaments. Wow. Well, what's your name?
Thomas.
Thomas. Nice to meet you, Thomas. I'm gonna do a post-game interview, but you can hang out if you want. I'm just gonna talk to my coach, but you're okay. He's here. Hi, Hammer. Okay, we can talk about the game.
I'm so sorry I messed it up. It would have been such
a chat didn't hear me.
It would be such a perfect clip of you whispering and then me whispering back. I feel kind of bad
okay,
now.
Don't worry. Hammer, I know you're bad at technology. When my mom messaged the family group chat yesterday, and she's like, "I'm dying." Hammer's face when he's trying to figure out the tech is amazing. And if my mom is laughing at you with technology and she doesn't even know how to like work an iPhone, then it really means a lot. So it's okay. Anyways, any advice from the game? Oh, was the knight b3 correct? I had so much PTSD and trauma from the last game that I messed up that I was so scared to play knight b3. Was it wrong again, or was it correct?
Knight b3 is not great because then you got to move. First, you move your knight twice for a second time, and then you had to move your bishop a second time to avoid the trade.
See, this is why I should have analyzed the games after I played them, but some coach was like, no, don't analyze them.
Well, how was I going to know that you would get the identical opening the next day?
Well, next what I learned is Hammer is always wrong, and you should always analyze your games. But it's okay, because I still won. But that knight b3, okay, so that wasn't great. So instead of knight, well, I guess I'm not going to get any more games with white. But instead of knight b3, should I just move to bishop e2?
Well, just bishop d3, no?
Bishop d3 right away, gotcha. Okay, any other mistakes in the game? Did you
Um,
like bishop? Did you like bishop h6?
bishop h6 was fine.
Fine. I thought it was the best move.
Uh, yeah. You didn't want to trade off the bishop pair, right?
Taking on the bishop. Well, if I would have taken the bishop, then he would have taken with the queen, because I can't push f3 because I can't win the knight. So after queen takes, it just seemed like black was a little bit more developed.
Yeah.
So then, how was bishop h6 not the best move? What was better?
Well, computer wanted bishop takes e7, but they're about equal.
Oh, okay. Okay. What should have he played after bishop h6, or did he play the correct move, bishop g5?
I mean, he could have gone bishop c5 or knight c5.
Yeah, bishop c5. Well, knight c5, I would have played queen c3.
Yeah.
Bishop c5, I would have taken the knight, pawn takes, then I take the pawn on b7, and then if they move like their queen to attack my pawn on f2, then I have bishop e3, and then there's other ideas with the queen if the rook attacks the queen. But
Yeah.
I didn't think that worked very well.
Yeah, seems fine.
And then I had this nasty checkmate. It looked like did you see the checkmate?
The one you avoided?
No, it was one that I was threatening in that line. Never mind. I guess you didn't go that deep, but I was really proud of myself because I calculated the bishop c5 line. There's this crazy move order where he could have tried to play rook b1, rook b8 after I took the pawn with my queen, and then I would sack my queen and checkmate with the rook and bishop, with like bishop f8 check, king g1, bishop h6. But I guess you weren't like a great commentator because you didn't go that deeply into the lines.
I don't see any way you could sacrifice your queen. No.
It was in a line with bishop c5, but that's okay. It's okay. But yeah, I also didn't see that mate until after he played it, so I'm glad I played queen b5 because I would have been humiliated if I would have played my... Initially, I was going to play rook f1, and then I realized queen could take my rook, and I almost had a heart attack.
Yeah, no, but just discovering that queen takes c1 is great. Like, that's genuinely good.
I'm glad I slowed myself down because, like, especially under time pressure, I begin making moves quicker. And initially, I was going to make rook f1 really quickly, and then I realized I was going to get mated.
Yeah. No, I thought you were going to get mated too.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thanks for believing.
Well, I mean, yeah. Well, I wasn't sure you'd been doing your puzzles.
Well, clearly I was. And then I was doing my puzzles. Okay, well...
Yeah, no, I think that was great. I mean, the fact that you saw queen takes c1 is great. The fact that you saw queen b4, the only saving move, that was great. And, like, you genuinely played 19 perfect moves in a row to win the game.
I'll take that.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. It's really, really good, Andrea. And this whole thing about you being bad in endgames... It's complete nonsense, no?
I still didn't have faith in myself to win the basic pawn endgame, but like my intuition knew it was winning, but I'm just always so scared of endgames. But yeah, that was a good endgame. Those drills paid off.
Yeah, did you do any on your own?
I did sometimes on stream, but not really before the tournament.
Sure.
Just openings. For the next game, I'll have the black pieces. If they play the London, what do I do?
You don't have a system against the London?
Well, I did, and my system against the London, it's not my fault the London's super strong, but it was the queen b6, bishop e6 line, and then I could just play it without pushing
No, that stuff is great for black.
So just then instead of pushing...
Don't shut down the board. Like, when you go c4 and then followed by d5, you take away any hope you have of opening the center. So you want to keep the tension. Keep the tension between the c5
don't push c4.
Yeah, don't push c4 and don't push d5. You want to have the option of playing e5 at some point in the future.
So then is the plan just like knight c6?
One pretty decent plan is to go knight a6, knight c7.
I remember that plan. Okay. I'll look over that just in case. It's really unlikely someone plays the London again, but after I had the same opening last game, anything can happen. So
Yeah.
I'll look over that, and then I think I'll be okay for next game.
Yeah.
Okay, how was chat?
Chad is really excited about your win. Like,
Yay!
this was a really good game, Andrea. I mean, your time management was horrible, but like the finish was fantastic.
Oh, I actually had another question. Okay, yeah, because the time that I spent a lot of time was one when I played Rook C1.
Yes.
And then the other when I took the pawn. So when I played Rook C1, what was that a decent plan? Because I considered C4 right away for a long time, but then I decided that I didn't like it and I wanted to do more waiting moves, so that's why I played Rook C1 first.
No, I think the plan of c4, I don't really like it because you're exchanging off black's main weakness, the pawn on d5.
So C4 wasn't the right plan?
No.
So then what was? Because there was no other way to progress. Like I considered other small waiting moves like A3 or H3 just to prevent other threats, and then moving my queen because I couldn't even move my queen or he would sack on H2, so I had to move the pawn first.
You couldn't move your queen.
So that's why I considered pawn and my queen should have done like small movements and not pushing this on the c file.
Yeah, well, what you should have done is like G3 and C3.
G3?
And C3. Because basically, you're gonna...
I considered C3.
Yeah, basically, you're gonna just trade your bishop for the knight at some point. And then you want to put your pawns on the dark squares so that you're preventing his bishop from being effective. And then at some point, you can reroute your bishop to G2. And then you can triple up on the D file with a bishop on G2. And there's no hope of him ever saving the D5 pawn.
Okay, I didn't consider G3 plan. I considered H to prevent so that I can move my queen. And I was like, okay, I can improve my pieces a little, but then what? But I see, yeah. The fianchetoing the bishop is a GM plan. I didn't think like that.
Yeah.
And then, was it correct to take the pawn right away?
On D4?
When he, no. When he pushed. Yeah, D4, D4.
Yeah, I think that was fine.
Okay, because I was considering playing Rook E1 first, but then there was a line that I didn't like, so I think it was okay.
Yeah.
But those were the spots that I spent the most time because I was calculating the longest.
Yeah.
Okay.
May I ask you about one move where you didn't calculate?
Yes.
Why did you not play bishop takes f5?
Oh. Well, rook, I saw that I could defend the bishops, so they'd play rook e5.
Yeah.
And then I could take the knight.
Yeah.
And then queen takes.
Yeah.
And then, like, you bring your bishop back.
Back where?
Right? I can't remember the position perfectly, but I think back to d3.
Yeah, so if you go bishop d3, then rook g5 is a double attack.
Oh yeah, that was why I didn't do it.
Yeah.
So then is it bishop h3?
Yeah, I was thinking bishop h3. Computers also suggesting bishop g4. But in general, the thing is just that you're up a pawn. Black still has the major weakness of the pawn on d5.
Yeah, I guess I didn't give much. I saw that it wasn't like a huge threat and I could defend it, but I was just so traumatized from the last game where I left my king vulnerable that I was like, it's not worth it. But yeah, I should have went for it.
Well,
I was just scared to not castle again because in my head I heard you saying opening principles.
Yeah. Which is why knight b3 was wrong, right? Because if you didn't go knight b3 and bishop g5, you would have castled 2 moves earlier.
Yeah, this is the wrong because I was like, I was trying to remember from my last game if it was correct or not, because I still liked it, but I couldn't really tell. And I remembered that you said that knight d4 was my first mistake.
Yeah.
So then I assumed that knight b3 wasn't a mistake, so I
Yeah.
assumed that I could play it again.
Well, knight b3 is not a mistake. It's a slight inaccuracy, but yeah.
Nuances.
Yeah.
I was kind of basing off of judgment from last game whether it was okay to play that or not. But yeah, I was. Yeah, initially I thought it was good because I thought that I kind of make Black's bishop out of place. Was what he played. Wait, what I thought he should have played after bishop d6, bishop g5 was bishop e5.
Yeah, but that encourages you to play c3, which is a move you want to
Yeah.
make anyway.
Oh, so what he played was correct? Castle?
Well, computer wanted him to go h6.
Yeah, I was considering h6, and then I saw that like I'd go probably bishop h4, and then he'd push g5, and then bishop g3, and then trade, and then my plan would be hope like Black doesn't have anywhere to castle, so that's what I was thinking. But yeah, I had a feeling after that it wasn't correct, but I was thinking back to the last game.
I mean your line right now is good for white. So like white is still better. White is still better.
So then after h6, then what was wrong about this?
I mean, nothing was wrong about it. It was just slightly inaccurate that you didn't get your king to safety.
So I should have just...
Computer wants to go f4 and says that Black will be able to open up the e-file and create some attacking chances.
Oh, f4 for Black in the line we were talking about?
Well, f4 before g5.
I looked at f4 after, but not... Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. So then my bishop's kind of stuck.
But I mean, it's still like equal-ish.
Okay, so just to kind of understand this opening, so the idea, obviously, bishop d3 instead of knight b3 with tempo attacking the pawn, then they defend, then I castle, and then is your plan like c3?
Yeah, c3, yeah, maybe knight b3 after a while. But in general, I just want to point things at the d5 pawn. And I want to prevent the d5 pawn from moving forward, which is why I like c3.
Gotcha. Yeah, I that was kind of one of my thought process of the knight, because I was like, this knight move I could do at any time, but I thought it was good to open up the file and put pressure on the pawn already, because then it would prevent ideas with like d4.
Yeah.
But is d4 not a threat?
Let me try to make a silly move.
Oh, I don't see the board, but...
Yeah, no, I'm just doing it for myself. I didn't make a silly enough move. Engine is being
like, I don't
kinda
think you would have done it right away, but that's why I thought knight b3 was important to prevent a d4.
Well, the thing is, you'll develop with counter threats, so then...
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Never mind. That was my thought process as well. I realized it wasn't actually a threat. Because then, pretty much, if they push, then we don't touch it, and we just allow them to take on e3. Because if they take on e3, we take the bishop. Or do we take?
I don't know. I mean, you can take on f5. You can play e4. You have a lot of options.
Okay. All right. That's enough for the opening.
Yeah.
I have like 3 hours.
Yeah, you're fine.
I have plenty of time. Yeah. I have time to order my protein house.
Chat says you had a 94.1 accuracy.
I had a 94. I think that's funny. I think my last accuracy last game was 94%. Maybe, if I remember correctly. That means I gained 0.1.
Okay. Well, chat, she's not impressed.
I'm not impressed.
This is what I told you ahead of time. I told chat that you were going to be, it's not such a good game, and I cannot play end games, and No,
I felt good about I felt really good once we traded off the rooks and I defended the threats.
Yeah.
But I still, even when I knew I was winning the end game, I was like, there must be some way he's going to draw.
Did you see the stalemate trap?
Yeah, if I wouldn't have pushed b4.
Well, he could have not traded on f4, and he could have gone king a4 immediately.
Yeah, I saw that, but I could
Yeah.
still push b4.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have just pushed b4. I wouldn't have played king c4.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm starting to think you're good at endgames, but you know, there's time to.
Well, I mean, that was a basic one. If I didn't know that one, that'd be embarrassing. But the queen stuff was good. The queens were good.
Chat is unhappy that you said it was only a 0.1 improvement, and is now saying your previous game was 84, whereas this one was 94.
Well, that's true. I played terrible. Oh, that's funny. Okay, I thought it was 94. Oh, God. Well, that means last game was even worse, but I'll take it. I appreciate chat trying to boost my confidence.
What do you mean the last game?
He said it was 84?
Well, the game you lost last night, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah. Yeah, no, she just doesn't want to take any positive feedback, chat. I don't know what to do.
Maybe if I win the next game, then maybe.
Yeah.
Now, I really hope I get. I mean, I don't want to jinx anything, but I really hope.
Yeah. No, but you did such good work with the black pieces in the opening, so you'll get an advantage out of the opening, and then you'll just play decisive chess, and you will stop second guessing yourself.
Oh.
Because you have now proven that your endgame abilities are not only much better than other people at your rating, it is
one more
perfect.
Opening question. One more open. If someone plays c4, like my last game, but the French guy played it weird because he pushed h4, I should just do regular King's Indian setup with like c5 plan. And this is not the Pirc.
How would you say he sets up with c4?
It was like, well, the last person played like bishop f4, d4, c4, and then they didn't play queen d2. Then they played e3. So let's say against this, which I guess is, no, that's not a London. Yeah, what would I do against that setup in case someone plays it again?
Bishop f4 and c4 in the same setup?
Yes, bishop f4, d4, e3, c4, and I have my regular King's Indian.
Yeah, c5 is fine. I mean, the pawn on c4 is kind of misplaced because it's not doing a job trying to stop your bishop on the long diagonal.
Got it. Okay, so just c5 plan. Okay, yeah, actually I think I know what to do. And if this is weird, did you see the game with me and the French dude?
I am starting to think I did not.
Okay, so he played H. So after that setup.
Yesterday.
Yeah, he played H4.
He was French?
No, was this yesterday? I think he was my first game yesterday. Yeah.
The German guy?
No, that was the second guy. The guy I played in the morning. Jean-Pierre. Alex commentated it.
Okay, that was 3 rounds ago in that case.
Yeah. If they do that setup and then they push h4, I just want h5. But it's hard because I can't really do the typical ideas we know on that setup because my pawn's not on d5. But I think, last game it worked out, but it was just a really close position.
Yeah, but you played it great. You played it great.
Against the French guy?
Yeah.
I thought you didn't see that game.
I remember it now. Some of it.
Okay. Then I'm fine. Then I don't need to recap that.
Yeah. But at some point in that game with the French guy, you could have gone bishop takes h3 and then f5, and instead you played f5 immediately, and your light squared bishop never really got a good roll.
Oh, so give the bishop for the knight before I push the pawn?
Yeah, because after you played f5, you really weakened the g5 and f4 squares, which the knight was able to utilize. So I remember the engine saying you should have made the trade and then gone f5, and you would have had the advantage.
That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
But I wouldn't fret about it. I mean, your play has just been good this tournament. Just get some rest, have a nice meal. and finish strong. I mean, you've been fantastic so far.
Okay, hopefully the next game goes well. Then I'll be happy. Okie dokie. I'm gonna order my sad protein house and prepare.
Okay. Bye.
Okay, bye, chat. Thank you guys for watching. One more game, and then I get to go home.
Bye.
Okay, bye, Hammer.
Okay, chat. Wow, what a roller coaster. I am so unhappy that I did not realize her sound was not on. Oh my gosh. She was whispering. She so wanted to talk to us before she was even out of the playing venue. So she started whispering on her way out. And I didn't turn on the sound. Oh, man. But other than that, we had a good chat. You guys, I noticed some of you were pointing out that she was very good at analyzing the game, even though she didn't have the board. And I gotta tell you, I think she's better than most people, her rating at that as well. So yeah. That was this Botez might have potential. I might have found a Botez that can make me look good. But yeah, Andrea's really tired. The 2 games a day schedule is rough. It is so rough. But she's doing good, and I especially like that she won this one. Because that means she's gonna she's feeling good. She struck back from her loss yesterday. So like when you get a loss, it's very easy to kind of lose a lot of your confidence. But she struck back immediately with a win. So yeah. I'm only nice, Alexandra. I'm always nice. Chad is just getting riled up for no reason because Andrea is doing well. They're just very happy right now. And I'm happy. 19 perfect moves in a row. Cannot play end games. Oh, imagine if we just get Andrea to have some belief in herself. If this is how she plays with no confidence, my gosh. Yeah. So what's next? What's next is that Alexandra has her poker tournament, which starts at some point. I wish I could say when, but I have not been informed by the man in charge. So I'm throwing people under the bus right now. Start in 20 minutes. Oh, Vila, do you want me to stay on for 20 minutes? That means Andrea's next, or maybe Alexandra can get on now. I'll send you guys a message. Alexandra honestly should get in here. Alexandra should comment on her sister's game and give her assessment of the new endgame champion. 20 minutes of hammer puzzles? No. We will not do 20 minutes of hammer puzzles. we will be informing you that the last game, yes, announcement, D-Nades. The last game Andrea is playing will be on the Gotham Chess channel. And it's going to be starting in 2 hours and 45 minutes. Can you run through the game? Okay. Fine. Cash fries. For you. I will show you the genius that is Miss Andrea Engine Botez and her superior opening prep and endgame abilities. I swear to God, like, Andrea is saying, oh, I'm so bad at openings, I need to learn more openings. And she says, like, oh, I'm so bad at endgames. Oh, I cannot play endgames. But she's having advantage. She's having advantage out of the opening every single game. It's uncanny. I wish my openings were this good. You should have called her that when you had her on the live stream. I didn't think it was that good, chat. I don't know who coined it, but I didn't think it was good enough to use it on the call. Okay, I was expecting chat to be more upset about that, but okay. Okay, so it started out as a queen pawn opening, the London system, and black immediately took the initiative with an aggressive pawn move, trying to put pressure in towards the white center. But what Andrea did was just develop her pieces. And when black tried to move bishop f5 before they move e6, so if you move e6 immediately, your bishop kind of gets trapped behind your own pawns. But on the other hand, you protect this guy. But instead, bishop f5, she takes on c5, knowing that black will have to spend a move to recapture. And in the meantime, the knight comes in, attacks both the knight and the bishop. And you manage to get this doubled pawn. But this was actually the same situation that she had in the early game yesterday. So I got the honor of doing commentary on Andrea's games when she had the same opening both times. But fortunately, that meant that she didn't make the same blunder she did last time. So last time she played knight d4 and she had a horrible position out of the opening because there were some trades and, well, let's just say the open e-file was not great for the white king. It got into trouble. Deja vu, that's right. But this guy wanted to trade bishops instead. Andrea said no, because this knight is the protector of the pawn on d5. So getting rid of the knight is actually very advantageous. Here she should have gone g3, which is a tricky move, but it's about preventing black from going f4 and opening up in front of the white king. So like if c3, the engine, no kidding, is recommending the move f4, giving away this pawn so that you can attack the king. That's a pretty high class move. So which is why g3 could be the clever move here. Andrea instead attacked the pawn on f5, and then when the opponent didn't protect the pawn, she decided not to capture it. To this day, we're uncertain why she didn't do that, but she decided to castle instead because she was afraid of Coach Hammer saying, "Oh, you didn't castle for a second white game in a row?" So yeah, I feel like I have an undue influence on her games She keeps going on in her post-game interviews about how she was thinking what I was going to say. It's probably not the best thing, but you know, it is what it is. G6 protected the pawn, and here Andrea spent over 30 minutes on one move, which we specifically agreed she wouldn't do. We had a rule. I think the rule was maximum 25 minutes for a move. And she spent 30 on this one. And it wasn't even a good move. But that's the thing. Once you struggle finding a good plan in a position, even when you do spend 30 minutes, you're unlikely to find the best move. Because the reason you spent 30 minutes is because you feel like you don't understand what's going on. And if you don't understand what's going on, then of course you're not going to play the best move. So very often when you spend a lot of time, you also play a bad move. But it's connected. Bishop goes back. Pawn goes up. D4. Here the engines were saying advantage for black. We didn't really agree. And like engine was saying knight e6 was some very important move with a big advantage for black. But he captured instead, which was a mistake. Because now the queen comes up, makes the attack on the b7 pawn. And when the opponent tried to offer an exchange of the bishop pair, Andrea said no. No exchange. I'm not even afraid of this knight coming in, attacking both my queen and my bishop. Because then I'm doing this checkmate on the black king. So instead, the guy played bishop g5. Because he didn't know that Andrea had done her tactics. Had he known that Andrea had been doing her tactics, I don't think he would have played this move. Because after takes, this is where the magic happens. Move 20. This is the 20th move of the game. Andrea, at this point, is down to only 10 minutes on the clock. She starts out with 90 minutes. She gets additional time after 40 moves. But that means after 20 moves, she should have half of 90 minutes. She should have 45 minutes. She was down to 10. But from here on out, after spending 80 minutes making not that great of moves, she now goes on to play the perfect move for the rest of the game. Queen takes b8. Risky move. Very risky move. Because after rook e8, black has some very serious threats. And what Andrea said in the post-game interview is that her plan was to go rook f1 very quickly. Which would be a good move if not for one response. Queen takes c1. Boom! Sacrificing the queen. Rook coming in. Checkmate. So instead, she finds the only saving move, queen b4, offering more protection to the e1 square. After queen f4, the threat is rook to e2, and attacking along this towards the white king. She goes g3, perfect move. Trading into an endgame where white has 2 against 1 on the side of the board. Check. 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 King is threatened, pawn is threatened. The opponent didn't want to lose the pawn on a7. Didn't want to lose this pawn. He goes queen f7. Big mistake. You don't go into a pawn endgame when you have doubled pawns. Doubled pawns and pawn endgames, very often just worthless. Because they're standing in the way of each other. Like, this first guy can move, but the second guy, he's stomping on the first guy's toes. Andrea captures. And here also, only one move. Only one winning move for white. But Andrea knows how to play her endgames. She comes in with her king immediately. And also, like, f4. f4, very good move. Blocking these pawns. And also wasting the tempi here on the side. And then she creates the passed pawn and it's a win. 19 perfect moves in a row from Andrea the engine Botez, who says, I cannot play endgames. I cannot play endgames. What nonsense. I realized some of them were recaptures, but like, she literally played a perfect game from this point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Wow. Yeah, the girl can play her endgames. Actually, 19 good moves and 2 bad moves from the opponent. I don't think he played 2 bad moves. Like, the opponent made 1 really bad move. Queen to f7. Going for the queen trade, that was really, really bad. But I would say that's also the only bad move he played in the game. I mean, you got to be pretty good if your opponent only has 1 bad move. What was his move instead? He should have moved away. So the idea is that even though Andrea then takes the pawn, then you can give a check and you win this pawn back. Oh, but Engine actually says that, yeah, Andrea still had chances to win because, like, she's trying to get a new queen on the side of the board. Huh. Okay. Yeah, maybe it's this f6 move that's bad. Because, like, here he could have gone back. And then this situation was supposed to be a draw. But maybe it makes a big difference that this pawn can protect the king from the side. She's still undefeated? No, she lost last night. But, I mean, she's played an average rating that's much higher than her own. And she's won 2 more games than she lost. She won 3 games, lost 1, and made 2 draws, I think. So, like, she's going to gain so much rating. Unfortunately, I actually checked on the World Chess Federation website. And the website says that actually, because she's 19 now, she doesn't get as high up. I don't know how to. The coefficient, like how sensitive the rating is to change has gone down because she's old. The World Chess Federation says she's old. And says she gets, no more K40. So they say whenever you gain rating, you gain half as much. You don't get the kitty bonus. She's 20. Come on, 2019, same thing. So yeah, that's unfortunate because like she's probably gonna gain like 50 rating points, but if she was 18, she would have gained 100. Because kids get extra. Only 50? I don't know. I was just saying a number. She's done very, very well. But gaining more than 50 in one tournament is difficult. Alexandra better start doing her puzzles. Yeah. But honestly, I'm not sure whether she's listening. I'm not sure I dare talk when I think she's listening. But I really think that Andrea having good results can maybe contribute to Alexandra being more motivated and getting out of her chess funk. Please encourage Andrea to do more tournaments. I don't need to encourage her. The number one encouragement for anyone is winning. And Andrea is winning. Andrea is going to be researching chess tournaments on her own after this. The rating graph their parents used when they were kids. How many live chess tournaments is normal to stay competitive? When I was playing professionally, I was doing 100 games a year. So for Andrea, maybe 50 games. That's like five tournaments a year. This was the final game. No, this is not the final game. Andrea has one last effort, which is going to start in 2.5 hours. If she wins that one, not only is she going to get like a top 10 placement in the tournament, she's also going to be so excited to play more chess. How do the standings work? What place is she in? Well, to be honest with you, I'm not a huge fan of this American way of doing things. For instance, the organizer is not posting who you're playing until it's like 10, 30 minutes before the round. And that means you don't get the standings very early on either. But I think she was in shared like 30th place before this game. And the win should bring her significantly up the standings. So I'm guessing she's going to be like top 20 And with a win in the last round, she'll probably be top 10. How many players in the under 2100? In Andrea's section, there are like 140 players. And she was ranked number 50. So if she manages to get top 10, that's a huge accomplishment. What does the numbers in the results website mean? For example, for Andrea, W143, W36, D16. So the W means that you won, and then the number is the player you won against. So in the first round, Andrea won against a player who's currently number 143. Then she won against number 36. Then she made a draw against number 16, a draw against number 9, and a loss against number 8. So just by looking at that row of opponents, you can tell she already played 3 players who are in the top 20. So she's had like proper good opposition, and she's held her own. She lost against Jason? No, she won. She won. Okay, yeah, I'm not in the correct position. She played such a good game and she won. Let me see if I can find the... This was the final position. Botez Endgame Master. Taking home the bacon. Winning the game. And the last number is what rating she will get. No, the 55 just means that she was playing against number 55. So when they update the results, it will say W55 because she won this game. How is that a win? Can you play it out? Yeah, sure. So the idea here is that this extra pawn can be helped up the board. And then once you're high enough with your king, you can use this pawn as a distraction. So you go pick up here while the black king is busy here. Okay, I'm not being super accurate right now, but you get the gist. So you use the side pawn, the pawn advantage you have on the side as a distraction, and then you start capturing stuff on the other side. Not going to mate with the king and queen. Okay. You missed mate and one. I feel like I did, yeah. Okay, fine. Are you a GM by any chance? Yeah. It's well known you need to be a grandmaster to be able to give checkmate with the king and queen. I'm very happy today. She not only did she play it perfectly, look at her clock. Like, she was at 11 minutes. She was at 11 minutes. And then she just found all the right moves. And she didn't get stressed out. Like, she was down to just 1 minute, but it doesn't stress her out. She's coping with being low on time very well. Need to get her time management better. I mean, yeah, her time management left something to be desired. Certainly. But you know, as long as she's finding good moves and coping with being low on time, it's all okay. Sometimes, like, people aren't great when their opponents are low on time. So sometimes the fact that you're low can stress out the opponent. That's 90% of her chess streams, talking to chat for 2 minutes, then playing with 1 minute left on the clock. I have seen those streams, Viola, but in those streams, she is completely panicked. Whereas in this game, she seemed very calm and composed and found all the right moves. That's not really the case in streams. The panic is an act. Here, I thought being composed was the act. I'm always pretending when I'm composed. Not having a chat probably makes a big difference. I'm not sure about that, Lord. We had several moments in that post interview where she was referring to kind of that she was thinking about what the stream and what I was saying and thinking. My opinions on her games. First thing she asked, I guess you guys didn't catch this because I was a boomer with tech, but first thing she asked after getting on the call is like, Hammer, are you proud of me? Imagine how much time she spends during the game thinking about what I'm thinking. But it wasn't just, Hammer, are you proud of me? It was something like, are you upset or are you proud or are you happy? Like something like that. Like she didn't even realize herself that it was a problem. Okay, everyone. Alexandra is going to be playing in a poker tournament now. That means when I get off right now, you guys don't dare go anywhere because the only thing that's happening is that Oslo stream is shutting down. LA stream is starting. So I'm going to get off. I'm going to leave the stage for Alexandra. Thank you guys for having me. Thank you for following the action, and congratulations to Andrea for having a fantastic game. The next game will be on the Gotham Chess channel. It's in 2 hours, but also check